Okay, it's like I just barely got in, I guess. Came up and said the first time that live streaming isn't available right now. But it looks like the ticker's going. And so I'm going to move this over here in case I want to do some displaying of other screens. All right. Well, I guess I should start with the title. Is the great Comet NeoWise helping to bring Tiando's new, in quote marks, because it's not really new to us, wisdom to the earth? It's not new, but it's new for all of us, actually, whether we've been exposed to it or not. There's degrees of it that are new to us, and we can always actually see it in a greater light. And so according to our own growth, in other words, you can't see everything there is to see about Tiando's information at first glance. You more will. It's impossible, I think. I shouldn't say, I know it's impossible, but it might be possible, but it's highly unlikely, I think. Let me put it that way. But I think we can assume that we don't do it. Because the other side of the coin is that we think that we are doing it. We are understanding everything they taught, or enough about what they taught to where we could rule it out, or ignore it because it doesn't mean anything to us. All those, of course, are all options. I'm not saying they're not. And there's times when people go through that, and then there's other times where they're in seek and search mode, and they want to discover some new ideas. And so you never can tell. And so then the negative media that comes out ends up stimulating the subject over again. And that's where we just, we got a piece of before this. Well, actually, not far from when the first the NeoWise Comet, I first saw it talked about some time ago, I think. I'm pretty sure, because unless there were more than one NeoWise, because I know that has to do with, I think, the observatory that discovered it. I haven't really researched it, so I'm not going to tell you everything there is to tell you about the NeoWise Comet. You all can look that up, of course, the same as I can. But to think of comets, I was reminded by the site, or Israeli News Live, I think it is, or Israeli News. I forgot the rest of the name of it. There's an individual named Steve there with his wife, I believe, which I forget her name right now, which it's not unusual for me to forget names, by the way, so it has nothing to do with her having doing less time on the amount of broadcasts that they do together. Anyway, that's just see, now you're hearing influences that are I'm trying to cover for the influences that I hear in response to the things I'm saying. And so that's why I end up doing that. And a lot of times it's people are having those kind of thoughts. So it's not like it's a unheard of thing. But so I end up qualifying myself a lot. That's not my thought. And what Tiando taught about that was that we're not responsible for our thoughts. We're responsible for the thoughts we entertain. We keep as our own. We repeat. We think about more. I don't mean think about more in terms of whether it's something true or not. That would be healthy thinking about it. But I mean think about more in terms of when it's something that that we know is bad behavior. We know is can be abusive to ourselves and to others. Because the object now, I believe, has been really drilled home that the health challenges aren't going to go away. So the sooner individuals can, seek out the maximum dietary input for longevity and for health and for staying away from the hospitals and away from medications from the pharmaceutical companies, the better off we are. In all senses, even in the financial sense, even in the sense of whether we have transportation or not, to get to places that can take care of us if our health goes sour, and in the sense of knowing that these vehicles are like horses, and learning to see that more and more, how they want what they want, but if you don't give them what they want, they squawk. They get itchy. They want to go someplace. They want to do something. They want to do that again. Whatever it was. That can be any kind of addiction. Food's not an addiction, according to T, but it certainly is a habit, and we can get into the habits of the tendency of listening to our vehicle's voice. And then, when we hear something that says, okay, this is not good for your health, okay, we can ignore it because we've heard it so many times, and what is everything not good for my health? I can't eat anything that I like, maybe that's true. Maybe you have to reprogram the vehicle to like things that are more life-giving, more energy-giving, a more steady, cleaner energy that doesn't have all the backlash of the clogged arteries and the clogged intestines and the clogged cells, so that they can't breathe very well because of all the mucus. Inflammation, they talk about it all the time. They said the biggest problem with this COVID is inflammation. And somebody said to me that's been kind of listening to me talk about all the things that are being told to us as lies, and yet the hospitals are overflowing in Florida, which I don't doubt. But I got two thoughts on that. One is that, the people that are in the hospitals are, no matter what age they are polluted, their bodies. If that little virus, even though it was novel, ended up triggering the immune response that started flooding, started inflaming the system, the arteries and the muscles, aches and pains of the muscles is one of the characteristics. And coming out your nose, runny nose, means it's coming out of you, all the mucus. And where does that mucus from? It's the filling of the lungs with liquid, with mucus, that it gets coughed up. When someone has a bad cold or flu, they end up sometimes during that having a cough because they've got mucus in their lungs, and the lungs want to get it out, because mucus doesn't belong in the airways, clogging up little openings in all those cells that allow air to come through, oxygen to get to the blood, and then that's what, and headaches, which could be seen as also mucus related, or even a result of what happens in the lungs, etc. Because the nerves also end up getting I don't know how to describe how the nerves are affected by the mucus, because I haven't studied nerves very much. So I won't try to go there. But, well, one way the nerves are affected is by the fear and the lack of energy. Then, therefore, we've got less of a pH. With the less of a pH, our fuel is not as vibrant as it can be in terms of being able to travel and assimilate into the body and produce good cell growth, cell duplication, because the pH and also the electromagnetics of each cell, of each particle, needs a certain amount of vibrancy. That's why you get tired and you take a drink of coffee, right? And you can be alert again. You're getting an artificial stimulus. Not that it's bad. I mean, but it has a backdrop to it, and we can get used to it. Instead of having our food be our stimulus, which is more steadier energy depending on what we're eating. If we're eating a lot of sugar, it's not a steadier energy, and especially the processed sugars, because there's no the mineral content is way down on the processed sugars. Like the brown sugar has more, but it's added back from molasses after it's been cooked. So, what degree, it's still got minerals in it, but what degree it has, I don't know. I mean, everything can be used, but, well, I don't know that. A lot of things are treated as invaders by the body. And that's why they put adjuvants like monkey blood and fresh monkey blood and bovine tissue, or I don't know if they've ever used bats in the vaccines, but I think they were experimenting with it seems like. Anyway, but maybe not. And fetal tissue from babies that are aborted, which is a terrible story to hear, what I told in the last 2 live streams. I'm not going to keep going through it now. But I mean, I shouldn't say it, because I don't care if you listen to the other live streams. I don't have any profit sharing or anything, so doesn't matter. But they like to sometimes, I'm not saying all the time, they like to birth the babies alive, even at like 5 months old, and then while they're alive, surgically remove body parts. And some of the things that they're removing, I don't know if they give anesthesia to or not. I was told by one doctor who worked in those departments that they don't. And I imagine why. A 5-month-old baby can stay alive if it's born. 5 months in the womb. They can keep them alive well before that. So that's the flip side of the idea of abortion and late-term abortion. You might be subjecting your baby to torture. Now, I don't mean to make people feel fearful, but we should know the truth, because there's ramifications to everything we do. Doesn't mean those ramifications can't be overcome, because we can convert all negatives into positives. Tiendo, in terms of abortion, weren't in favor of abortion or against abortion. They were in favor of the choice to be in favor of or against abortion. So, hi, Joram. Many greetings to you as well. And Skeptical Mantis, hello. So I was just talking about health stuff for a little while, but, because sure, the hospitals are if they are really filling up, which I don't doubt, then it's because of the terrible diets that people have been on, and the vaccine programs that diminished their immune system to where they couldn't fight this virus on their own because they didn't have the antibodies for it. Even the vaccines I put off some antibodies as the body fights it, because the body fights everything that's foreign. So it's going to develop antibodies that are against this. And so like it says in Revelation 6:8, there's going to be more death during the Trump administration. And they don't say that. They say during the riding of the green horse. The green horse having to do with harvest time. And judgment time is harvest time. It's judging which plants have the potential to grow towards the next level of membership and who doesn't anymore. And the next level prefers to see hot and cold. Then they can make a choice, a clear choice. But when people are lukewarm, it's like they're not getting off the fence. I mean, up until now, lukewarm was, fine for many people. Because why wouldn't you be lukewarm in terms of like being in between, being undecided? Does God exist? Does God not exist? Are space aliens the ones that brought the human race to bear? Like Rael teaches, and or not, or was it or did it all just happen by chance and random development, which is kind of like an oxymoron. I'm not saying there's not a potential for random development somewhere, but on this planet, there's like a billion, trillion times more evidence for intelligent design, given what we consider to be intelligence. Computer code is intelligent, right? The genetic code is not short of computer code. It's like computer code to the nth degree. And I know it's code because humans can manipulate it. They can cut sequences of code into other sequences. Like they said, like that French professor who won the Nobel Prize for isolating the HIV virus, as I understand it, in France, Montague or something, Montaigne or something like that. It's interesting how that word just sounds like Livodi. Livodi's vehicle's last name. Wow, I hadn't thought of it that way. Wow, that might be Livodi's strain, that individual. Livodi's strain. Wow. I don't know that. I'm not going to go around repeating that's, if I say it, I'm going to say maybe. Because I don't know that. I'm going to try to be honest about the things I know and the things I don't know. Because we do know things. Tiendo, the way they said it was, when I say we, I'm talking about potentially everybody in the human race can know things. I mean, you know how to fix a car in a lot of circumstances. Does that mean you can't be stumped one time? Sure. But that's what knowledge is. It's always a potential growing to it. End up doing things faster, end up troubleshooting things faster. And end up recognizing new ways to fix things that when you don't have the parts you think you need. Anyway, I'm just talking about like some different dimensions of, not that you all haven't thought about that, but I don't, I just go with the flow of what comes to my mind, whether it's of value to somebody or not. But the wisdom from Tiendo is being repeated, and more people are paying attention to it. So the more we can tell people about Tiendo, the better. But that's I don't have enough mind in me to want that to happen fast, as fast as possible. Because I know the more that happens, the more negativity is going to rise up to combat it. That's the way it works. But I do trust that the next level is going to move it ahead at their pace and what they think we can stand for as long as they want people to be able to go around talking about Tiendo, which is definitely the job that we have now. The job isn't to overcome the world right now. I mean, you can do that, and power to you. Overcome all your, but to retreat into a cave somewhere for any length of time, to where you can't be of service by. It's not about being of service by like praying to the world. That's the chicken service. I know. I understand that. I'm doing that right now, and this is the chicken service that I'm doing. Well, it's not totally chicken service because. If somebody really wants to, they can probably find me and harass me and stuff. Because mental harassment, even though I don't like it, I'm not afraid of. Because I know, what. I mean, I dread it. I dread it more and more. So, but the next level is regulating it. So, as it comes, it comes. I certainly wouldn't want to stop talking because of what I add to that. And we all potentially add to that if we're doing it. And there's nobody to answer to. That's the way growth is in the next level. That's the way the growth was in the classroom. We didn't answer, well, we did answer to our partners, but the partners couldn't read our minds. If we didn't tell the partners that we had some kind of negative thought about something to expose it, but we really didn't have a procedure to just dump on our partners. If we had a negative thought about something, I think the procedure would have been to write when Tiendo were with us, was to write to them and tell them what we were dealing with, whatever it was. Then they could send you the help for it. And a lot of times they would come into a meeting and they would talk about something that was stimulated by a student or students talking about their problems and staying on the straight and narrow. It's not easy to cut off the past I mean, it's easier when you have a past that was terrible, I imagine, but I didn't have a past that was terrible. But that's why we can't judge anybody, because nobody knows what we were born with genetically and then in the lifetime that we're living, that we were exposed to. But we do have the same task, no matter what we were exposed to, and that is to try to overcome those those experiences as being negatives, and moving ahead. And that might mean ignoring those thoughts. We're not responsible, even if we did things that were terrible in our past. We're not responsible for continuing to suffer from that. We need to convert that suffering into positivity. And the best way to do that is through hooking up with T and O and asking them help with it. And directly thinking of them in the heavens. Not thinking of them in a picture. No, they don't. T and O didn't teach any of that kind of stuff. Those are like tricks to brainwash people. To focus on somebody's picture and like pray to it or something. Or to focus on nothing in a meditation. Nothingness. If you're going to do a meditation, then make it like you're meditating on accomplishing something with your head, or you're seeking help to conquer something, or to not be so affected negatively by something that happens to us. And of course, that's for the people that, I said it that way, for the individuals that came from a background, or for one reason or another, detached from any kind of a idea of there being help from the creators of the planet, from outer space, from even through humans that had experiences with people and believe in people that came from outer space, like T and O. I'm not talking about the space aliens, that they came from outer space too originally, but maybe not all of them, but it was before this civilization. So they had nothing to do with they had something to do with the growth of the civilization, but it was the weeds that were growing alongside the flowers. And those are the individuals that don't have a conscience. Don't think that there's anything above the human kingdom. Think that humans, they still might feel like they might still feel like they're religious in some way, in terms of associating with some religion, and so they can be against killing, but then they can justify it if it's like not intended, like with collateral damage in using humans as guinea pigs for pharmaceuticals. And then where it becomes, that becomes evil then. And they end up becoming that more and more, the more they block out any thoughts that there's something wrong with what they're doing, because they justify it with an agenda that they feel like is going to save other lives. So they become the God, the one that decides who's going to live and who's going to die. And of course, they most want people to live that they loved. Like Jesus said, that we have to even love the not love in the sense of wanting to be around or wanting to mimic or do what they do, not that sense of love of our enemies, but love them in the sense that they don't know what they're doing. It's not their fault in a sense. I mean, from our perspective, it's not their fault because we want to always hold up hope that they can change. And as long as they're alive, the next level can give them ways of experiences to help them change from looking at humans as collateral damage. And if they change while they're in a position that uses humans as collateral damage, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to hold on to that. Because the mindset of humans around us also contributes to our mindset. So we're influenced by everybody around us. And that goes for the whole country. That goes for borderlines of states, or goes for well, I don't know. The only thing I know how to talk about like that is states, because Tiendo said that you will be able to feel the difference of thinking when you go across state lines. And you think about it, it's like let's say I'm born, like this vehicle was born in New York. So let's say I think of myself as a New Yorker originally, right? And let's say I stay here my whole life, so I think of myself as a New Yorker. So now when I die, that is in the ethers. Even those thoughts are in the ethers, that I'm a New Yorker. So I'm actually like setting up, so when you see that sign that says you're entering New York, those people that lived in New York, that died, they identify, like, let's say they're with you when they're riding in the car. They identify with having that mindset. Talk more like a New Yorker, in certain words, pronunciations, and certain attitudes, certain biases, certain tolerances, and certain whatever, it is. I mean, good things and negative things, positive and negatives, based on how they've grown and how they haven't grown in terms of the next level. It doesn't make any difference to the next level whether somebody grows to become a scientist or somebody grows to become a house husband. Or goes through many things in between that. Was in jail before that. Doesn't matter to the next level. What matters is what you get out of. All that is getting into the human kingdom. Even going to jail is part of being in the human kingdom, because the next level provided the negative forces in order to stimulate the choice to become like them. And to not live by laws. And to not respect the laws is normal, because the next level doesn't respect human laws except in how they might interfere with people's growth. And then they respect those laws. And so I would respect the police when they pull me over. But, that's going to be different for different people. The problem is that when we get stoned or high or a little bit inebriated, we tend to want to speak our minds more. And we see the injustices, I think. Or we're willing to express them more. We have less personal protection. And so we can end up mouthing off to the police, and we actually have the right to do that. And we can be right about what we're doing, but that policeman's programming it's gonna stimulate. It's like pushing their button. and they go out of control. Like their genes go into effect, flight or fright, even though they're not the ones that are in danger. They still have that response to subdue whatever it is challenging them and challenging their authority that they were given by the government to save you from your sinning against the government and make you pay for it when you do, no matter what it is. Going a few miles over the speed limit, not using a right turn lane signal in an area where they're really clamping down on people for every little thing that goes wrong. Instead, they could, if they give somebody it's good to have your headlights working and your brakes working and all that. And so on a car, but it doesn't have to be a ticket. It can be a warning, of course, and you can give a number of warnings. And but there could be people that could enjoy helping somebody that can't help themselves in that regard. And now I know there's people talking about that. We can fix a lot of things in the human kingdom by positive thinking and having people that aren't, just like programmed to look for the criminals. And when they look for the criminals, they find them because they're looking for it. Are you doing something wrong over there? You're in one of those black vehicles, and I was taught that you black vehicles aren't very good. My vehicle was taught that. But it didn't stay with me. I didn't translate it. I had some black friends growing up, different ages that they weren't like my best friends. I didn't really have. The people I hung out with the most as best friends, but I don't remember thinking of them as lesser. But I know I have had thoughts about that because when my parents would take us to the New York City, which we were just like 30 miles away from the Manhattan, and a lot of times they would say, we're going to dirty New York City. Dirty New York City. And New York City was pretty dirty relative to the suburbs. Understandably so, with all that industry going on, and all those engines that are running all the time on the air conditioners and everything else, the heaters and the cars and the people, being that many people, heats it up by several degrees. And that's why people, justify, they say, well, there's evidence that humans cause global warming. Look at or climate change. Look at the way that the temperature in a city is hotter than the temperature in the suburbs or the country. And yes, that's true. I think that's true. And but it doesn't last very long. It gets blown out pretty quickly by the winds and mixed up, and you wouldn't even know that they were hotter a lot of times. In the winter, you might not even notice it because the differences aren't enough to notice. So that's how, you can be, that's how they use that. And then people would say, yeah, see, I get that. Sure, that makes sense. So I guess it's happening to the whole planet. With not having the logic to really look at that and really scrutinize it and go, if it doesn't make sense to you that that's not happening to the degree that they say that it's happening, then go try to find out why you feel that way. But you can also get into a frame of mind where, I like these people who I hang out with that think this way. And so, I don't know whether it's true or not. I'm just going to put it on the back burner. And there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. But you can end up kind of reinforcing that programming until you actually don't even have a question about it anymore. And that's just, there's nothing wrong with that either. But there is a purpose to being here. I know that as a fact. And it's not to have fun. I mean, fun is part of it. The next level wants us to have fun. They just prefer for us to have the fun that they give us to have. Now, what kind of fun is that? Well, I think sports is that, and outdoors is that, and playing video games is that. There's no end to it. But it can all be things that keep us from having the chance to look deeper into the deeper things that we might have pondered when we were younger. Or that we didn't ponder because we were so exhausted every night coming back from having fun that, or we can continue to just translate the fun, like when we're locked down, to just having fun by surfing the net more, right? Listening to music more. But some people are going to, that's what the good thing is about all this deceit that's going on with the coronavirus and the response to it, and the over response to it, and the under response to it as well, because the under response is not teaching people how to seek help with the virus. What they say is when you look at the document, I'll tell you. I'm going to go through this a little bit. I don't know if anybody's done this on the web that I've seen. But, okay, let's do this. DJ Taconic, hello. Jeff, greetings. So I was going to play this thing, and I'll give you a little back on this, but without being too specific. Wow. Is my ticker still going? I can't see it anymore. I don't know why it has to change like that and go off the screen. Yeah, it's still going. I've already yapped for 43 minutes. That's not my biggest yapping time, right? Before I went to the chat room. And the mic is on. I did make sure of that before I started. I'm like I've got to go, sit in my cockpit here and go through my checklist. Like it's a big checklist, right? Pitiful if I can't do it. Anyway, so let me go to change my screen here to the display screen. Now, until that loads, I'm just going to describe this. There's a documentary crew that wants to interview me and they have interviewed me before, and so they wanted to send me a test kit for COVID that I would take, and they would pay for all the expenses, to driving to the place, to have it sent back, and all that. And so I asked them, I said, well, what kind of test is it? And, I'm not going to go through all my thinking on this, but at first I was thinking, okay, maybe I'll do it. And then I got to thinking that, no, I don't want to do it because it was getting very complicated. Let me just put it that way. Because I didn't want to, let's say I tested positive. Okay, then what's going to happen? I'm going to be on somebody's database as positive for coronavirus. And so they're going to, make sure that they come back to me and give me the vaccination. Because they don't know, they've already said that they don't know that the antibodies from having it once are enough to not have it again. They're covering all their bases with making us to be only depending on the coronavirus for our health. I mean, for the vaccine for our health, the vaccine against it. On that subject, I'm gonna read this little story that I saw that was saying that the WHO was coming out and saying that air conditioning now circulates the virus, because they had like 230 something doctors wrote a letter to the WHO like a week ago. I saw the report, and that said that it was in the air. And we've had people now say in Australia, I believe, and maybe Seattle, and now in Texas, that are saying that we need to wear masks all the time in the house. And we need to keep our social distance from the people in the house that we're with. Now, why are they doing that, right? Is it to control us? No, it's not to control us. That's what some of the fringe left are saying, or maybe it's the fringe right, I don't know which it is when it comes to that. It's not to control us. Yes, it is to control us, okay? I'm not saying that it's not, but that's not the first mindset that most of the people in the health community, in the so-called health community, have about what they're doing. They think, the people on the ground, I'm talking about the doctors that, I'm not talking about the bigwigs, the executives of the NIH. They're trying to control us, but they also have an agenda with that. And that agenda is because it's for the good of everybody. Because the solutions to all the problems are through their manipulation of, hormones and cells and viruses and bacterias and particles and frequencies and everything, the whole ball of wax. Spirituality, and profits is a huge part of it. Even though they will have their altruistic reasons, like I just kind of mentioned, that are considered to be altruistic in some ways, like to where humans are collateral damage, but they, in the wars or through, using them as guinea pigs for the vaccine programs and their medicines. Anyway, but the people on the ground, even though they may have some of that same mindset, Most of them, I think, don't. The people that are actually working with people every day, in clinics and things, the doctors and nurses and aides and, and people doing the testing on the test, that got into that line of work and all that. Uh, um, Most of them don't want collateral damage. Although they can tend to justify it too. But sometimes they have to make that decision. They only have two ventilators, and they think that two people really need that ventilator, and so one is going to have to do without it, because you can't just put them on it for a little time. And they try the oxygen first. So, people in that healthcare community are working like crazy. I know that in many places. And hats are off to them. But they're also seeing all the ways that that justify, the collateral damage aspect, which I talked about in previous live streams in what I think are practical ways of looking at that, among them many. And so they want us to be glued to thinking that only the solutions that they give us are solutions. And that one of the things they say to that, I'm going to read it here. I don't know if I'm going to read this whole thing, but I'll start the beginning of it, reading it in case somebody doesn't have vision, or a screen that's big enough to see it. But it says it's from Everly Well, like it's really Everly Well. I mean, they're trying to be, maybe some of them. COVID-19 test home collection kit. Find out whether you're currently infected with SARS-CoV-2. CoV-2. The Everlywell COVID-19 test home collection kit and our lab partners have received emergency use authorization from the FDA. I know they're also running the vaccine through a trial to human trials without having run it through animal trials, which they've done with maybe all the other vaccines. But the FDA isn't requiring them to. And yet in the human trials, the responses they got from the human trials that they did, I think it was like 40 people or something like that, maybe a little bit more than that, and they had two or three different levels of treatment. I don't know I don't know how they can have a trial on a response to the COVID virus unless they give them the virus, which they do. They give them some of the virus in the vaccine. But they, I don't know exactly how they gave it to them. I know there's different forms of doing that. Nucleic acid is one where you're giving just the genes, the nuclei of the virus. And then they have the virus that's, given through dead viral cells. Who knows if they're really totally dead, But they have some genetic code still in them, I guess. Anyway, but I think it takes a lot more of those to be able to, register a test of the virons to know that they've got that or not. And that's the same thing as the antibodies to it. I don't know if the immune system puts up antibodies on every little viron, or if it takes a certain amount accumulating before the antibodies are attacked. Don't know that much about that part. But anyway, so it says then that after an online screening, after getting the test kit and sending it back to them, you can collect your sample. Oh, it says they need to do an online screening. You can collect your sample and send it in for processing to a certified lab for secure digital results within 24 to 48 hours. Sorry, I was just distracted by thinking about something else, but related to this, but related to being asked to do this. Anyway, but I'm not going to talk about that right now. But so, which I don't have to go through the screening, apparently. If I was to do this, and then so you collect your sample and then send it for processing to a certified lab for secure digital results within 24 to 48 hours. A telehealth consult is available to guide you through your next steps. Okay, so they're saying it's an RT-PCR test. And it's a nasal swab. It's not much. They only put like an inch up your nose. And then send it to them within 48 hours. And it talks about who should get tested. And it says individuals 18 up who may have been exposed to COVID-19 through living or working in a place where people reside, meet, or gather in close proximity, office buildings, schools, healthcare facilities. Reside, meet, or gather. Close or through close contact, people who may have been exposed through close contact within 6 feet with someone who is sick or diagnosed with COVID-19. They can just be sick. They could have any flu. They could have a cold. They could have coughing. They could have fever. Who should get tested? Who's not in that? They could have an allergy where their nose runs a little bit. And makes them cough too. Allergies can make you cough because what happens is when the fluids come out of your nose, those fluids are also coming out of other parts of your body and potentially in your throat and get into your lungs. That's what a sore throat is. Some kind of a virus getting in there. So close contact with anybody that's in that situation. So that means anybody that has a job in an office building, a job in a school, a healthcare facility, should be tested, according to them. So that's whether they're sick or not. Well, maybe they're saying there's the two different. Maybe these aren't considered to be different reasons to be tested, but you have to meet both these qualities, these qualifications of close contact. Doesn't say and. I guess that's up to the person to decide whether they're in that category. Anyway, then it says individuals 18 plus who are experiencing mild symptoms, including a fever between 100 and 102 degrees Fahrenheit, flu-like symptoms, chills, runny nose or stuffy nose, whole body aches, a headache, and or feeling tired. A new loss of taste or smell, a new or worsening cough or sore throat, shortness of breath that is not limiting ability to speak. What if it's shortness of breath and it's limiting ability to speak? Then it's not an infection symptom? Or maybe what if it's both? How literally do I take these things? A new or worsening cough or sore throat. The whole body aches also come from coughing, but also from flu. Flu-like symptoms. The only thing that I haven't ever seen reported as a flu symptom is taste or smell, but then again, actually, not come to think of it, maybe I have had reports that people didn't taste something anymore because a lot of times that happens because they're stuffed up. I wonder if that's what that's from. Holy smokes. Because they're stuffed up. You don't get as much air through your. I'm always stuffed up. That's why my voice is kind of nasally. Doe also had what he called a deviated septum. So he slept on one side with his hands under his face to kind of like keep his airway open on his nostril or both nostrils. I don't know if he had both nostrils a problem with. But I didn't hear like his voice wasn't like mine is, like a nasal kind of voice. Maybe it was only when he was laying down because it's worse for me when I'm laying down. Sometimes I can be stuffed up to where I can't even breathe out of one nostril. Hardly. It might be related to the fact that I'm still eating some mucus-forming foods again. But these are also, allergy. Feeling tired, that can be from allergies. Fibromyalgia is like not having any energy. It can also be from depression, feeling tired. It's not listing these as this or that. It's saying these are all of the symptoms. So if you have experiencing mild symptoms, they're not even saying, serious symptoms because you get the test. I guess because then you're in the hospital already and, you don't need the test. But then they could use then how it works, I'm not going to go through that. What's measured, okay? They say that the COVID-19 test home collection kit is testing for the presence or absence of RNA from SARS-CoV-2, severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2, which causes the disease coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19. It says this is not an antibody test. Well, I wonder if they're saying that because of all the inaccuracies with the antibody test. See, I didn't know they had an RT-PCR test that could return results that fast. But who knows how they made it, and how they do it. I know there was a description in another report that I read of them bring some coronavirus in it, and then some other things, other chemical agents or hormones or something. I'm not sure exactly what they were. That goes into just taking the test. In other words, they have to give it some COVID in order to test the sample against it. I don't know if they have to replenish the COVID every once in a while. Well, they've got a COVID manufacturing business now. If they do, they've got a test manufacturer. This costs money. I don't know what it costs. Oh, it says $109. Holy smokes! Holy smokes! Everybody on the planet, they want to have tested. Look how much money they're making. Wow. I didn't know it was that expensive. Well, I wasn't going to be charged for it. Your results. Trusted results. Everly Wells FDA authorized lab partners meet the FDA's performance criteria for COVID-19 test accuracy, sensitivity, and specificity. Specificity. Is that how you say it? Specificity. Okay. Specificity. Okay, Everly Well and its CLIA certified partner laboratories have received emergency use authorizations from the FDA for COVID-19 home collection, shipping and transport and testing. They probably had rules against that. Then it says, if your test shows a positive result for COVID-19, our telehealth partner will contact you at no additional cost. Oh, that's nice of them. To discuss your case and to guide your next steps. No wonder why businesses aren't going to have this done much. If they got to pay this much money for it, but who knows if they're going to be required to do it for their employees, and then they're going to want to keep their staff low. But if they keep their staff low and they're a small business, then they have to pay back any loans they got from the government. Whoa, these are like Ponzi schemes. This is like so evil, it's beyond belief. Well, it's not beyond belief, it's happening. The truth now for many people is beyond belief. It's almost beyond belief, not totally. And that's why people can't tune into this. Your results will also be reported to the state and federal public health authorities, which is required to help inform the crucial ongoing public health response, which means contact tracing. So I'd be put into a database if I tested positive. I might test positive. My vehicle's daughter worked at a restaurant before it was shut down. She came home every day, and I was exposed to whatever I was exposed to. Whenever that started, we weren't shut down as fast as was first showing its signs in Seattle and California, which I wasn't. I was on the other coast. I'm on the other coast. So, whoever your results can help guide you to. Okay, so they're going to have a telehealth partner. So it's another company, and I think they said the Rockefellers were doing something to stimulate 100,000 or so, or 200,000, some range in between there, or jobs to boost the economy. So that's going to be like the Gestapo, but they'll be nice. They won't be, if you refuse to do it, they'll probably have somebody else come and, force you eventually. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they'll continue to be not against you. They did talk about how they wouldn't do things against people's will, but they would compel them. Now, how are they going to compel them? Well, I know some of the ways. They're going to say, well, you just can't be out in the public. You have to get delivery of groceries. Or, you can shop online for your groceries and have them delivered to you. And you got to pay for that. They could do that. Or they could say you can't work in a restaurant. You can't work in a public, anything that's got exposure to the public. They could say that you can't ship anything because it could potentially have COVID on it that can get on the postal carrier's body. I tell you, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this is serious. The next level is wrapping up the garden. So the people are becoming as evil as they want to become or as good as they want to become. There's really nothing in between. So in my mind, sure, you can take your chances with the vaccine. And I'm not saying it's going to kill anybody. You saw the results from the trial. Nobody died yet. But some were severely ill and had to go to a hospital and receive treatment that was, that if they didn't get it, they'd probably die. I forgot how they said it. But that was the description of it, the treatment, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong about that. And look, this is the part I was talking about. There is currently no vaccine or treatment for COVID-19. However, your results can help guide how to care for yourself and protect your family and community. Your results will also be reported to... I already read that already. Sorry, but I didn't focus on that spot there that I wanted to focus on because there are currently things that you can do that have been done in many hospitals. Vitamin C infusions in megadoses, or just taking large doses several times a day of encapsulated or whatever. That was happening in New York hospitals, I bet more than one. And in Wuhan, I saw reported by a doctor that was in the hospital that came through another doctor in Germany. And I think I saw the doctors in California talk about it, or Dr. No, he had a different herbal kind of treatment for it. Dr. Buttar, which I had never heard of. And another Green Med Info, which has a doctor, what's his name? Something J.I., like an Indian name. He's got Green Med Info website, which I've been following for many years. And his wife is a doctor. And they're talking about using zinc. And I've heard Judy Mikovich maybe talked about using zinc and an antibiotic, some kind of mycin, not erythromycin, but it was another name for it. And people in France recommended taking a combination of hydrochloroquine and an enzyme that might be like related to zinc in some way. I don't know about that exactly. And let's see. And hydrochloroquine, although it was poo-pooed by Fauci and his people, has been a malaria drug used for many years. So what if malaria is it's a bacterial infection, they say, but I've also heard people saying that this coronavirus was a bacteria infection more than it was a viral infection. Maybe that's why they can't easily come up with a vaccine for it, or maybe it took them so long to come up with a test for it. Maybe they just weren't geared for that. I know that they've got people making vaccines that are RNA vaccines for it and DNA vaccines for it. It's considered to be an RNA virus. And that just has to do with the way the DNA is converted into RNA in order to interface with flesh that it normally doesn't interface with. Like let's say it's a bat virus, it's a DNA virus. It attempts to mutate by converting it first into DNA to RNA, and then it can infect a human or another creature. I might not got all that right, but you can research it if you're interested in it and tell me where I'm wrong about it. So I'm going to keep on going. Let's see the ticker's still going. And let me just check this chat room for a second here. I see nobody saying anything in there. I didn't plan on going through this, but I think it's a good idea to do it. Just for, whatever it can be worth to somebody. But I'm not saying TNO are against these tests or even the vaccines, but they're against not having the choice to take them. That I know. That I know is a fact. And they're trying to impress that the collection methods and how good their tests are. And then they get to the question section. I'm going to skip down to who is at risk with, well, how does it spread? Let me see what they're saying about it, how it spreads. COVID-19 spreads from person to person. Can't you see the whole screen there? Ouch. I've got this problem. I think it's related to my brain. I don't know. But it's affecting my neck with the pain. So I've got to figure out if something I'm eating is doing that. All right, why on my screen here does it... Oh, I see. Maybe this is the reason. Oh, okay. All right, so how does it spread? COVID-19 spreads from person to person. When an infected person coughs, sneezes, or exhales, droplets containing the virus go into the air and into surfaces and objects around them. Other people are exposed to the virus by breathing in these droplets or by touching their eyes, nose, mouth after touching infected surfaces. Who is at high risk? Well, it's not only spread that way, you can also get it through your eyes. They're not saying that, but if you can get it through your eyes by touching, why can't you get it through your eyes if it's in the air? If you can get it by breathing, why can't you get it if it's in the air? I mean, through the eyes. When, the breath hits the eyes. People that, get their eyes made red from the wind know that. Dry eye is common in Colorado. So why aren't they telling us all that too? Why can't they be thorough? They don't have enough web space? They only want to give you enough information to where you'll be able, because they're thinking that they're giving this to people that don't know anything about this, and they're right. But that doesn't justify not telling more. Giving them every chance to research it, talk to their doctors about it. The person whose first name is Deb, who is the sister of the individual that laid down his life, because for him it wasn't the same thing as what humans think of as a human suicide, even though he used a different method than T&O and crew used. And he was outside the class, and he had joined the class in 1994. And he was outside the class at the time, but he was, I guess, miserable in some ways. And he wrote a letter. I forgot what the content of the letter was, but that individual told me that she called her doctor to talk about COVID-19. And he said that they were in Texas. If somebody tested positive for COVID-19, then they would find out all the people that person was in touch with, and if it was 20 people, they would list 20 cases, because they would assume that person was, all the people we met were contagious. So what if I tested positive to this test that they had an idea of me taking? I mean, they want to. I think they want to tell the truth more about what I believe about TNO than maybe I gave them in the interview I did before with them. So I respect that, and I'm encouraged by it. I don't think they want to use it against me. But I think we can do that without me taking this test. And if they agree to that, then we'll do that. Well, actually, the confirmation of that, what I just told you from Deb's doctor, was that that's kind of verified by this document that they were going to consider people that test positive as having got it from somebody that was positive at a workplace or whatever it was. I heard a report today that the governor of California was making it unlawful to sing out loud in church because of the spread of COVID. What happened to the Constitution? They're out of control. If they believe all this, they're totally out of control. But they're making such an opportunity for people to just like say, the heck with you all. I'm just going to do what I want. I'm not even going to listen to the news, Or I'm going to fight it. I'm going to sue you for saying that. My people can't sing in a public area where other people are. And they expanded it to 10 feet. Some people, so what is it? Is it 10 foot 1 inch where it's okay? You can feel air currents moving. Oh, and they said air conditioning. Did I say that already? So what are they going to say? What are they going to do? Not going to have air conditioning buildings? Where everybody's got to be 1 to an office? But the air conditioning, if it's a system that's through the whole place, they're going to have nobody in the high rises? I think they need to make it so that everybody has a hazmat suit. You'll really be able to tell the people that are going along with the mark of the beast, aren't you? Wouldn't you? They'd all be wearing hazmat suits. And then that hazmat suit, to take it off, they need to have something in their house or a car or whatever it is. I guess car, because if you go home to people that that don't have the virus and you've been out and about, then you've got to be able to decontaminate yourself before you go in the house, not after you go in the house. Because how do you know that you're not going to brush against something and you're not going to have virus particles on you that were still living, because it lives for a bunch of hours. Brush off onto, something. So you need to make a car that has a device in it that can actually spray you down. Some kind of solution that kills the virus. They have disinfectants that they're claiming can kill the virus, so I guess you just need to do that to the whole body, the clothing as well. And then you would what? Take it off inside the house? I guess that would be okay. Because if you took it off inside the car, then there might be virons hanging around in the air that will get on you again, right? Now you better not open the windows in your house, because if it's in the air, it can be in the air in your house. You know how fast the wind carries things. And far. All right, what else? Who is at high risk of getting very sick with COVID-19? Most people have mild symptoms. Severe cases are more likely to occur in older adults, 65 years of age or older, as well as pregnant women, those with weakened immune systems, and those with underlying health issues, such as lung disease, diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure, heart conditions, stroke, kidney disease, or on dialysis, liver disease, cancer, transplant, AIDS, lupus, and rheumatoid arthritis. However, serious disease can also occur in young, healthy adults. That's right. Because they have those same things. They got them potentially genetically, and then by their eating and drinking and breathing and behavioral habits, they either strengthen their genes, made it more propensity. They got a propensity of a condition of having the same or an equivalent illness as your ancestors. So that's everybody, right? There's nobody that's immune from that. Now, babies may be the least because their immune system is just developing. But then they give them all those vaccinations when the babies are just developing their immune system, thinking that that's the best time to do it. And maybe in some ways it can be. But they pump them full of things they don't need. Like they give them a hepatitis vaccination when there hasn't been, when the only way they know that hepatitis comes about is by sexual contact or needle use contact. And babies aren't going to be doing that. Well, except for when they're given injections, like the vaccines. They don't want to say here that over 99% of the people that are tested positive for it have mild to have no symptoms to mild symptoms to bad flu-like symptoms. And it's only that less than 1% point the mortality rate, but maybe it's more than that because some people recover from even severe symptoms. So 0.26 according to the CDC are the ones that the mortality rate, which is not that far from a bad flu. And those are approximates because people don't report a lot of stuff. But now they're reporting the COVID cases, but they're not reporting the virus cases. I laugh, but it's a sick laugh. It's an absurdity laugh that I would trust them with anything. If I didn't have to. If I had to feed my family, to have a job, sure, take a chance. On getting the test so that you can keep that job. I don't know. I'm not saying what to do. I don't know what to do. Talk to your highest source you can reach among the stars about it and see if they would have you make that compromise. I told the people that I would be willing to compromise with them by meeting them someplace, and I would wear a mask, and they could wear masks if they want to, because how do I know they don't have it, right? I'm not normally afraid of being around people not wearing masks. I haven't been the whole time. I started to get a little afraid at one point, and then I hung out with some of the people I'm friendly with, and nobody was wearing a mask, and I wasn't wearing a mask, and I didn't want to, and I wasn't afraid of it. I mean, I heard the thought. I wonder, because one of those people works in a healthcare facility. It's not a hospital, but it's like an old age home. It's not just sick people, but some of the people are sick there. And one was taken away to be tested, but I didn't hear that it was ever tested positive. Anyway, but before it said that if you test positive, then you got to be reported to the state. So you do become part of a database. And they are going to want to follow up with you. They said that. They follow up to how to handle it. And they talk about in this document here, self-quarantine. So I'm going to move on to the next thing. Am I at risk for COVID-19? COVID-19 is very contagious, but not as contagious as they say. Because I have a couple people, at least two, that I know that necessarily, and at least two that I know that were living with somebody that did not get COVID when they were tested positive for COVID. What did they say about Florida? Oh, I don't want to go there now. Am I still ticking? I just had the thought to check it. I'm still ticking and things are moving on my screen. And I see somebody else came in here. Dog Bert, hello. Yes, all's well enough. But I'm always kind of a little disturbed by what's happening and what's being reported about what's happening. And then Deport TGV 2020 says, is it possible for someone to be recruited to the next level if they were not aware of next level information? Say if they were an exceptional scientist in the human kingdom. Well, I know that from T&O that the next level doesn't need scientists. They're not necessarily exceptional to the next level, because the next level doesn't, they have different kinds of science. So their science, I don't know how much good that's going to do in the next level. And also the next level knows how to teach people their sciences. So they don't want somebody that's going to be up there telling them how they could do things differently because they have experience in that department. They don't need anybody. Can imagine, a layperson going to a scientist and telling him, have you thought about doing that kind of test? Before you did that, or using this kind of tool on that problem. They would throw you out. You wouldn't even get there to begin with. So the next level doesn't even let people get there and they wouldn't even be in the department that would allow them to work on things that were like scientific in that regard. That's why they start you off as observing. If you want to go into that department, then you get the choice once you're a member of the next level to go into that department. But they will give you that choice when they feel it's time to give you that choice. They may have some other. I think they have other things to do for you to do. Well, I don't know. They might send me. They might ask right away if there's anything that interests you. And if you say, I'm interested in biology, then they'll put you into biology, but maybe they want you to see other things first, because they've got some tasks in mind that you could really do a good job in, like in terms of even helping humans come into the next level, because they're still in harvest mode. They're still in but in terms of whether they're not, whether they can pay attention to and save that soul or spirit that's in the vehicle that was never aware of next level information. Doe talked about that. He said yes. Yes, they could be saved for future opportunity to be in a classroom on an equivalent of an Earth civilization with occupying sent to take over a human vehicle that would provide them with the lesson steps that they need to learn to take by their own will. And one of those lesson steps could be not putting all their life into becoming a scientist. That might not be satisfactory to them. They might not even be interested in it. Or they might be interested in it because their ancestors were interested in it, so they have that programming. And so they have a hard time thinking about outside the box, except for that programming that they got from their ancestors, including their parents or caregivers or that helped them grow. And society, when they went to schools and got jobs and started researching things, all that goes into that mind. And so those minds can be saved. And I guess you can think about it in a sense that those minds could be brought back to a new civilization and used to seed the planet with things that humans could draw upon. Like when they're trying to find a cure to cancer, there could be an ancestor that was a science mind, even working on the cure for cancer, that would be drawn to people that were doing that same kind of work because they maybe even separated from their family because of their dedication to being in the lab all the time. So they didn't even have a family, you know. That's an example of how dedicated they could be. And so they could be brought back to overcome that desire, or they could be brought back as a spirit that can interface with certain vehicles that they are attracted to because they have the same mind and thinking. Because when you have the same mind and thinking, you have a better chance at interface with the minds that are in the ethers, in the spirit world. Spirit and mind are synonymous. Tiendo talked about mind. They very rarely use the word spirit to define anything. Until the end, you know, the last years, when they wanted to interface with people that had developed in that vein of identifying the existence of minds outside of bodies. Near-death experiences, you know, is one facet of that, of the many, right? There's different religions that talk about, you know, reincarnation and whatever, which is all based on minds being separate from bodies. I'm going to read the chat room next. Good question. Then Dilbert, then Deport. I didn't say good question. I said because Jeff said it. Sure, all questions are in my. You know, I think, you know, personally, I don't have. I don't know of a bad question. But I mean, if somebody has a question, they have a question. I'm not talking to me, just anybody. Jeff says, not really. Oh, Dilbert fan, okay. So, you say responding to that. So, then Deport says, there's a character in Dilbert named Dogbert, okay. Then Jeff says, I asked a similar question once about an uncontactable tribe individual. Right, well, Doe said that even people that were separating from the world in their own way, that never heard about T and Doe, could be saved by the next level for future opportunity. Then Jeff says, oh, I didn't see that guy. Okay, the character in the comic strip, right? Then Deport says, as members of the next level, susceptible to disease. Or members of the next level susceptible to disease. Well, I don't know. I know that they can die. And I know they can stay in their spacecrafts and maintain their environment. But I don't know if some things in the human kingdom could cause their vehicles to die. But even if they do die from something like that, if that's possible to happen, they go and get another vehicle in wardrobe. And so they don't necessarily lose, they don't lose anything. Because they don't have time. They don't die, so, I mean, their souls don't die. The soul can't get a virus. I know, well, unless you think of it as a mind virus, in terms of a way of thinking that is poisonous to the soul. And that's what the beasts are. They're not only poisonous to the souls, they're poisonous to the bodies as well. The Luciferian, space alien, fallen angel souls, and the humans that are being controlled by them indirectly by giving them the same kind of agenda desires, to get off the planet or to show how the next level is wrong. That's why they don't want, ultimately why they don't want to show that the items provided in their most basic shape as food, and like the vitamins and things that were just taken from those foods and no additives were associated with them, except for what they needed to give you in terms of a pill or something, or a fluid or something to get into your body. But that's simple. That's not a concoction. Like he used to talk against concoctions. He said humans make concoctions, even in terms of food. Too many different ingredients was a concoction. Her favorite ice cream was vanilla flavored. I don't think I've read this yet. Oh, let's see the chat room. And Deport says, Deport TGV says 2020, I heard you say in the last show that Doe didn't believe humans should eat mushrooms, but I didn't catch why. Well, Doe just said that. I forgot where he said that. Maybe it was a 1994 video. Maybe it was in the Beyond Human series. I can't actually pinpoint where it was. I should search for that. I can't search through the audio tapes. But he said there was something in them that, he said this about mushrooms and shrimp. And I don't think he said it. He said there were two things that he felt like humans should not eat. I believe that's the way he said it. And I didn't hear this in person. But that's the way he said it or read it or wrote it. Maybe he wrote it. Maybe it's one of those documents Riccodi has that are also provided in my packets. That's not in the Heaven's Gate website. That are challenging in some ways to read, but I encourage everybody to read them and see what questions they surface. Challenging because he talks about even exiting if we don't want to exit ourselves, which he doesn't say it that way. So that's why I guess I got to read it. But he talks about that. You could actually, by getting a weapon, I think he said a rifle, and learning how to shoot it, that if you wanted to exit, but didn't feel like it was right to do yourself, the way I feel. But I don't even really want to exit right now. But I could imagine that there could be a condition to where I would want to exit. And that when you've been working for the next level, he didn't say that way, but I know that's part of it because that's part of the program for every new student. he's talking to students at this point, that that you wouldn't use a weapon. You wouldn't use the weapon on anybody else. You wouldn't use it on anybody, because violence isn't in the picture. But because people would be mounting a campaign against anybody that was saying anything that was threatening to their agenda as their enemy, they might be looking for people, and they might even find people that are talking about that. So if they found you and they knew you were one of them, one of those Heaven's Gators, then as soon as they knew that you had a weapon, that would be the grounds for them to use weapons on you, and they would take you out. So Doe gave that, he wrote that down. It was talked about in the Heaven's Gate podcast. And yeah, you could imagine that he got that idea from what happened at Waco. But with David Koresh and all those children and people that were killed by the government, they blamed it on them. But I don't know if they released any of the autopsy reports of what people died from. They can see if they were smothered by smoke. I don't know. Maybe they're right. Maybe he did light it up. But there was some indication he wanted to just write his document and then leave. He wanted to write his manifesto to the world and then leave. I guess surrender. And get arrested, I guess put in jail because he had guns. Some people think the threat that he was posing was that he was selling guns. So that would be like a breach of a license, right? I mean, not having a license to sell guns. Doe didn't agree with anything that he was doing or teaching. But what Doe found that he wondered about was whether his students would be as dedicated to him as they were to David Koresh. And dedicated to him and his message of thinking this was the end of the world. Which they weren't that far off from. Because that was, 1992? Something like that? Yeah, the mushrooms. There was something in them that humans haven't discovered yet that's not good for their health. Okay, so then Al Chazzy says hello. And Deport TGV says hey, and Deport says, I'm not going to read when you're talking to one another, if I can figure it out ahead of time. Then Deport says, unless it's pertinent, were there ever protesters or hecklers at the conferences? Well, we didn't have conferences, but I guess a meeting would be. I just want to be exact about it. We had meetings with the public, and yes, there were. Christians would come to the meetings in 1994, and but I think they generally waited till we finished talking. We didn't give a long talk. We just gave some bottom lines, maybe 30 minutes at most. And then we just said that, do you have any questions? And we took questions, and sometimes, people would quote a scripture or something. And at that time, I really didn't know much scripture. But I knew I knew some. I shouldn't say quite a bit, because if I didn't know much, how can it be quite a bit, right? It's kind of contradictory. I mean, compared to what I know now about it, I knew next to nothing. So I can't remember any of the things that were said, but I can actually picture one meeting, which I think was in, where was that? I think it was east of Lake Michigan, or east of Lake, not Lake Erie, because that would be, or maybe it was Erie. Does Erie end on the border of Ohio and Erie and New York? It might have been Ohio, or a state right next to Ohio. Chakotay was my partner at the time. And we had a crew. I think Song Odie was in the crew, and it wasn't my crew. I mean, we were all equals in the crew, but I was assigned the task of overseer, and part of that was being among the ones that kind of started the meetings off. But then everybody in the crew that was sitting up on the stage, or wherever it was in the front of the room, would say their part or answer questions, or so I got to look like I was a leader of some sort, but I wasn't. Song already graduated. I didn't. And that does boost your ego, even though I didn't think of it that way at the time. I had confidence, and I still have that problem, but even then, I didn't recognize it then. I just can see it looking back that I was a little cocky, even, a little, like I know something I did one time. Chakotay and I, we were looking for places to put up posters to advertise a meeting in Dallas that we were doing. I think it was Dallas, or maybe it was Denver. No, it was Denver, I think. We were advertising the meeting that we were doing there. And we walked into a storefront that was open at the time. That was a video store, and on the posters around the outside, the whole outside of the inside of the video store, were pictures of partially unclad women. I remember looking over at Chakotay and saying, look at those up there. And he saw me, the owner, saw me like pointing up there and talking. I don't know if he heard what I said, but I know my voice can carry pretty well sometimes. But I wasn't that close to him at the time. I was like halfway through the store, and it was a pretty big sized store. As big as any of the video stores were in those days when they had video stores. I guess they still have them, right? Sometimes. But, or maybe the DVD stores now, mostly. Or used video stores. But, and so he said to me, well, I started to say that I was here to advertise a meeting. That we were doing. And I don't know if I said anything to him about those pictures. I don't think I did. But he right away didn't like me, of course, and I can see why, because he probably had Christians coming in there over and over again telling him to take down those smutty pictures, which I wasn't there to do that at all. But because of my attitude going in there and not being conscious about what he might have been dealing with and, thinking of ourselves as, evolved beyond that human behavior, even though I ended up giving into it later in the classroom. No, even though I gave into it before I was doing those public meetings. So I was a hypocrite. Even though during the actual meetings, I don't know if I gave into it. But I know my vehicle wanted to. But any case, and so he told us to get out. And I started to say that, we're not religious or whatever I was saying. I don't know what it was. And he said, get out of my store. And he was starting to come to me, coming after me. And so we left pretty quickly. And then when we got outside, Chakotay, I was driving at the time, so we got into the car, and Chakotay was like, whoa. And I was like, whoa, too, and I started to worry whether he was going to come out and threaten us or something, because he seemed that angry. And so he was, I think, not from the United States. I think he was maybe, I don't know if he was Muslim or because I could hear it in his accent that he didn't speak like English the way a born and bred of any kind of denomination or belief system or ethnicity American would talk. It was somebody that it was a second language for. I thought I was pretty clear on that. His skin was a little dark, but I didn't feel anything towards him negative. Even because of the dark skin, I didn't feel threatened by it, even though I was raised by in an environment, to where people with dark skin were considered to be lesser. But I don't remember feeling that at all. Going into the store or leaving it or afterwards. But I felt a little like puffed up by it. Like, oh, look at that, we generated. You know, I'm not saying I didn't have this thought, but it was like that attitude of, oh, look at that, you know, you know, I don't know how to put it in words. It was just like I was gloating a little bit at the same time as I was a little bit afraid that he might come out and do something to us. So I said, let's just leave. I hope he doesn't try to take our license plate or something. Because we knew we were part of a cult, you know, at that time. So I later thought of it as something stupid that I did. Even while still in the group, you know, at that time. I thought that wasn't very keen to, you know, put that person on the defense like that. Because of my attitude and my... well, I've had that happen to me before. I mean, since then, actually. It happened to me in Austin, Texas. I had hired a photographer who was videotaping a trip that I was taking to go to speak at the International Academy of Religion. Maybe it wasn't international. Maybe it was National Academy of Religion. I forgot if it was international or not. Which was being held in Denver that year. About 3 years ago. 2.5 years ago. I think it was. And so, you know, we did a trip, you know, driving from Vermont and filming the whole time and making some stops in places that I thought were meaningful to T and O's story, like St. Louis and then down to Texas to Cave Without a Name and so on the way back, Corpus Christi, you know, through Houston to Corpus Christi and then over to San Antonio and then up to Bern, and then we went after Bern, where the Cave Without a Name is. We went to Austin, and we got there kind of in the evening. And since my photographer was a musician I played with, and I had harmonicas with me and a flute, and I don't know if I had the saxophone with me or not. I don't remember now, but I didn't bring any drums because we didn't have space for them. But or I would have, because I enjoy doing those things. Anyway, but we looked up in, you know, through Google or whatever, places that might have an open mic, because we knew that Austin was always known as like the music capital of the South or of Texas or of even the United States in some ways. For live music. And you know, every bar, which I knew, because I traveled down there before that. And I played on a street corner sometimes, and because my partner was doing jewelry shows. And but I didn't go to any bars at night, because a lot of times I just didn't have the time to it, and I had to take care of my daughter so that my partner could work. She would come home from the show, and in the hotel, she would, you know, do the numbers on all of it, you know, and you know, send them into the bank to be processed to the credit card company, and so I really sometimes I would get out and go play at a club at night if she was caught up. You know, I would do that after my daughter was asleep in the hotel. I did that a few times, but sometimes I was too tired. Anyway, so So we found two places, okay? And I think it was a weeknight, and so we went to the first one, and they were advertising an open mic. So I went there, and as I walked in, I could see there was a stage set up to the right, above the ground, and there were microphones. A full band was set up there, looking like a full band. It was good. I didn't see guitars necessarily, but there was a PA system and a drum set. But there was nobody playing. And when I walked in, this guy that was carrying a guitar case, before I even got in, said that they canceled the open mic. And I thought to myself, well, that's a bummer. So I went in. I didn't bring any instruments with me, except the harmonica. And I asked to speak to the owner. I said, I heard that somebody just told me that the open mic was canceled. And she said, yeah, we have a band coming in to play. And I said, well, can we play, because my partner was going to play with me. I said, well, can we play until the band starts? Because there was no sign of anybody being there, but maybe they were sitting in the booth or something, any minute they were going to start to play. I don't know. But I don't think that was the case exactly, because then she wouldn't have got so pissed off when I tried to convince her before she got pissed off. I said to her, I drove here all the way from Vermont hoping to play while I was down here. It would mean a lot to me if I got to play something a little bit. Not that I really cared that much about playing for anybody else. It was just like, I played in Austin, and my partner might film it a little bit or something. I don't know. We weren't filming. We didn't go in there with the camera. And my partner was staying back from this conversation. And so he said, no, we canceled the open mic. And I was about to say, I was just like, wow, that's, I might have said something like, that's quite authoritarian or something, something like that. And I would have thought that the people would be more open here to, I got told her I have a different sound than other people. I do original things that some people like. But she would take she took that as just, an offense to her not saying there's no open mic. So I was walking away, and I took out my harmonica. I started to play it. And she came out front from behind the counter where she was, and said, I told you that there was no open mic here. So I said, okay, gosh, wow, and I left. Now, since my feathers were ruffled, I did have the thought, well, maybe I'll just play outside, but I didn't do that. But I remember thinking to myself, I should have asked her if I could whistle. Could I whistle? Could I clap my hands? Could I bang my play the drums on my legs. Would that be okay for me to do here? Until they start to play? See, that's the little sarcasticness that I have a tendency to sometimes want to let come out, but I didn't do that. So I just played in the car. But see, on that whole trip, that was the only time I smoked a little bit. No, it's not the only time. There was one other time where we met one of my partner's friends who was a musician, and we played together in his basement in Denver, that we smoked a little bit of weed. And I did smoke a little bit of weed before we went in because I thought I was going to play there. And I generally would like to do that when I play. Otherwise, I guess I'm not that motivated sometimes. But so that's what also brings out, this attitude that. So it might have been just the vibe that I was putting out that she didn't like me. Doe said that we should be careful around animals, even domesticated animals, because they can have a weird response to us. Now, I don't know if that applies to me now, but I did have a dog bite me some years ago on the hand. I was trying to reach out to let the dog smell my hand, and he bit my hand instead. I don't remember if it drew blood. I think it might have been a little bit. But I never got any rabies shots or anything. And those people who had that dog got rid of that dog. So, in a sense, I'm cautious around animals. But I try not to vibrate that. I'm not afraid of them. And most of them I get along fine with. Maybe 99% of the animals I meet. Kind of silly you had to put it on a percentage basis. Anyway, but I got to share a little bit more about T and Doe than I normally wouldn't have. Things that they've said about things. So, we can apply that. I'm not saying that, anybody else is going to have that same kind of a lesson that I have in that regard. But I think there are people, sure, that, have those same characteristics that I have, whether they know it or not. And because I didn't know it until just some years ago, really. I started to see that more and more. Maybe it was just one of those influences I took on when I left. Like Jesus said, when you clean your house out and then you leave and then you come back to that house, you take on 7 spirits that were worse than the ones that you had before you left the house. That's not just talking about leaving your house and going to work and coming back. That's talking about leaving the house, and his respect was leaving the world behind, your old world behind. Okay, I see there's been quite a few. Okay, I think we're up to where I left off. What is your opinion on some organizations called cults? Do you think, this is from L. Chassel, do you think there are dangerous cults, and how or why do you think they come about? Well, yeah, sure. Sure, one of them is called the Catholic Church. Another one's called the military. Another one's called the police force. Another one's called, who knows, I mean, those are some of the accepted. They have their culture. They all have their culture. But I know what you're talking about, like the groups that are religious based. And yes, they get. David Koresh certainly had a cult that was. He was doing abuses. He was having sex with all these people and having babies with underage girls and things. I don't doubt that. And then he's the one that shot at the police, or when they came there. It escalated to that pretty quickly. I don't know if he fired the first shot or not. But I imagine the police were restrained enough to not fire the first shot. Unless they saw somebody with a gun sticking out, then they might have fired right away. So it doesn't really matter who fired the first shot, in my opinion. The provocation was happening. So, and they killed an officer or two. So, so they weren't told by David Koresh to shoot up into the air so that you wouldn't kill anybody. Because if you shoot up into the air, by the time that slows down and drops down, I don't think it's going to kill anybody when it falls. It might hurt, but those bullets aren't that big and that heavy. I mean, they can give you a headache probably, but I don't think they would pierce somebody's skull or body. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe there are circumstances where, but if I was in that circumstance, it might be the same thing. Like I was talking about before, that maybe even if they just see the gun or they hear it go off, which it could be, they could not even see the gun. You could just shoot it into a tree or something, close range, so that you'd be sure not to hurt anybody with it. I'm not suggesting to shoot it into a tree. Doe had respect for nature. He frowned upon cutting any more boughs than were necessary when I was walking around with the chainsaw and following Doe. It was my task to follow Doe around the camp to make sure that any of the trees, if they got covered with snow, wouldn't come crash down on the tent and actually damage the tent, cause it to fall or something. So those are the boughs that he wanted me to cut. But in my mind, I would cut a little bit more than that. If there's another little one over there, I just cut it. But I got the vibe from him. He didn't tell me anything, but I got a vibe from him that no, only the ones that I tell you. I don't remember him saying it. But that's how you follow the instructions of an older member on a task. Doesn't make the task any less enjoyable. Just like, somebody can, mow the lawn, and they like to do it more when they're doing it for somebody that they love or they care about, or for money. I think it's the same kind of thing that I felt that towards Doe. That it was a pleasure to, an honor to be. But at the time, I was of the mindset that I wanted to be able to relate to Doe on a human level. I didn't think that way. But that's, you can even see it in when I left the group. You can see that thinking when I left the group that I wanted. I wanted to be so comfortable with him that I didn't feel threatened by, or because originally when I first joined, I only noticed this, over a year into joining because I hadn't spent much time with Doe. But when meetings started, when we're living outdoors in Wyoming as one unit, that's when we had more, like when we were having meetings in. Well, anyway, it was some time into having meetings before actually this occurred. And what would occur would be I would feel this grinding sensation in the back of my head, like behind my eyes. I'm even associating it with my eyes. Whenever his eyes would fix on mine. And so I would have to turn my eyes away because it just felt like it was like a chalkboard, but not with the high pitch, but just the lower pitch kind of sound and a literal feeling of a vibration in my head somewhere or in my eyes somewhere, which I never felt something like that before or since. I felt that with him a number of times, not a lot, but a number, and I wanted to. I felt like that I wanted to be able to look him in the eye without feeling that, because otherwise I could. Not that Doe spent any time staring at anybody. It didn't take much. We didn't have staring contests or anything. It would be Doe sitting in a meeting, and he wanted to be able to see everybody's face, and in the meeting, so did T. And so once in a while, he would kind of look at different students, or even look at everybody. I don't know, to what degree he was doing that, because when he wasn't looking at me, I don't know who he was looking at. Except I could tell that sometimes he was looking above the crowd for a lot of the time. I mean, or looking at the crowd, but not necessarily zeroing in on one person. Which I know what that's like from playing music to a crowd. That I could not remember anybody in the crowd because I see them all as one bunch of people. Anyway, so I had that in my computer for a long time, and then I noticed that it went away. It might have taken months or a year. I don't know. Also, hearing music in my head. I had that for a long time because we used to watch a TV, and we would hear we would watch The Price is Right. This was off of an antenna in Wyoming in a remote place of thousands of acres in the middle of some ranch that had thousands of acres. That was miles and miles from Laramie. It was like 20 miles. Well, maybe not 20. Maybe only 10 miles from Laramie. Maybe 20 miles or 30 miles from Cheyenne, Wyoming. Actually, that was a different place in northern Colorado. That was about that far from Loveland and Fort Collins. Yeah, I'm a little mixed up about that, whether that was Wyoming. Well, I think it was Wyoming, though. But not at Vitavue, but across the highway on the south side of the Interstate 80. There's a ranch there that we lived on, where I think that's where this was called the schoolhouse was. which was a building, a one-room schoolhouse. It was actually used as a schoolhouse many years before that. So we would go in that schoolhouse, and they bought a little tiny television. It was about the smallest television you could, and this was like 1977 or 8. And so we were able to pick up The Price is Right. I think one channel I think we got. But you can see clearly The Price is Right. And sometimes I think some news. But we weren't really focusing on news at all then. But we watched The Price is Right. I remember that. And we had Pac-Man. So that can date me to the year closer. On that same TV. Playing that video game. So why did I get into that? I forget now. Oh well. Maybe I'll go to the chat room again. Erie reaches Buffalo, New York. Okay. Yeah, this was before we got into New York. So it was whatever lake is right there, You kind of go around the bottom of the lake, through coming out of Illinois and through Indiana. And then you start going north. I think, it's not Wisconsin, because Wisconsin's on the other side of Chicago. Or right above Chicago. Is that Michigan there? I think it's above Ohio. Well, maybe it's Ohio. Anyways, that's where I was talking about. Erie, PA is a town on the lake. Right, I've been through there many times, but, well, maybe it was Erie, PA. I don't think so, though. I think it was whatever was more north than PA, because it was adjacent to New York. I do know that, because we did drive through New York, headed towards New Hampshire. Then L. Chazell says, I never got a chance to say last time that you would see, by the way, my handle is El Kasai. El Kasai. El Kasai? El Kasai? Like the word to sigh. Okay. El Kasai. If that has a meaning, I'd like to know it. Oh, you're telling me in the next comment, El Kasai. It is an Aramaic title that means hidden power of God, and is a 2nd century Gnostic book called the Book of the Hidden Power of God. Okay? El Kasai. I never saw that book that I can remember. We had the Nag Hammadi library. I don't know if it was in that, and we had the whatever was available on the Dead Sea Scrolls at the time, and the book, the Essene Christian Faith, and we had bunch of different Bible versions, Dakes, Companion, Parallel, Revised Standard, Amplified. Just since I'm going through the list, which we only started to study after, in the 90s. We didn't study Bibles at all in the 70s and 80s, and even 70s and 80s. until the late 80s when we started to, when Dove brought in a bunch of Bibles because he was thinking about going public the second time and whether we needed to talk to Christians in their language, so to speak. Then Deport says in the chat room, do you think it's possible for the lower forces to develop technology that would allow them to breach level above human and launch an attack? No, I don't think they like Junodi said, there's no contest with the humans in the war of Armageddon when it comes to the physicality part of it. And the way the humans are mounting that up now, as we speak. That's what the Space Force was making legitimate. Even though you can interpret it in different ways, it's still the same. We know that space aliens exist. But also I say that because even whatever technology the space aliens have, the next level isn't affected by, even if they got it from the next level initially. I don't know if the spacecraft they had came from the next level or came from the human civilization, the human equivalent civilization before this one, from if they had developed that kind of technology. Because Doe said in Beyond Human series that he didn't know whether humans in the previous civilization or civilizations, plural, got to Mars or the moon. But he knew that they were restricted to near space now. The near space around the Earth. So if they couldn't get, if they didn't have technology to go beyond the near space for whatever reason, which you can imagine different reasons, the next level could actually literally be blocking them. Or it could be that they could put somebody in a spacecraft and send them to Mars, but they would die when they got a certain distance away because we don't know that there isn't still some atmosphere or some degree of electromagnetic protection from radiation or whatever. Where the moon is and where the current astronauts are going, are living right now in the International Space Station. Because it is proven by science that human science that when you get to higher altitudes, you're more exposed to radioactive particles. That's why air flights are considered, and they have a whole chart on spaceweather.com that shows the flights and their altitude and how many rayons or something that you're exposed to during that flight. And some can be, the total can be, on a round trip or whatever, can be as much as you get from an x-ray in the dentist office. Which to somebody who's very sensitive can be a big negative. Especially if you fly every day. Cancer rate potentially can go up. I'm going to sneak in a reading here of the rest of this COVID-19 document. People with COVID-19 have had a wide range of symptoms reported, ranging from mild symptoms to severe illness. Symptoms may appear 2 to 14 days after exposure to the virus. People with these symptoms may have COVID-19, cough, now the same plural, so I guess you got to have more than one. Shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, fever, chills, muscle pain, sore throat, new loss of taste or smell. Okay, the list is not all possible symptoms. Other less common symptoms have been reported, including gastrointestinal symptoms like nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea. I'm laughing with a sinister, sarcastic laugh because that pretty much tells everything. Well, they didn't say pains in the chest or heart palpitations there's a lot of things that they didn't say. Brain disorders. How do I know I have COVID-19 I guess loss of hearing and taste would be a brain disorder, I think. Unless it's affecting the actual ear canal or eardrum before it even gets to the brain. I don't know how that can actually work. Maybe that's a possibility. Anyway, how do I know if I have COVID-19 versus a cold or the flu? The symptoms of all these conditions can be similar. Fever, sore throat, cough, and respiratory symptoms. The only way to know for sure whether you have COVID-19 is to test positive for the SARS-CoV-2 virus. How can I protect myself from getting COVID-19? See, this is the clincher here. That's what I was trying to get to before. If you believe you may have, they're saying in this Everywell test kit report, if you believe you may have COVID-19 or test positive for COVID-19 and have mild symptoms, the following steps can help prevent the disease from spreading to others. Stay home. Stay in a specific room and away from other people in your home. Restrict any activities outside your home, except for getting medical care. Avoid public areas, including work and school. Avoid using public transportation, ride sharing, or taxis. Cover your nose and your mouth. If you are sick, wear a face mask when you are around other people or pets. Cover your mouth and nose with a tissue when you cough or sneeze or throw away used tissues. Wash your hands often with soap water for at least 20 seconds. Wash your hands, especially after blowing your nose, coughing, sneezing, going to the bathroom, or before eating or preparing food. If soap and water are not available, use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer that contains at least 60% alcohol. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, mouth, and other people with unwashed hands. Do not share dishes, cups, eating utensils, towels, or bedding with other people or pets. After using personal items, they should be washed thoroughly with soap and water. Disinfect, clean, high-touch surfaces such as counters, tabletops, doorknobs, bathroom fixtures, toilets, phones, keyboards, tablets, and bedside tables. Clean any surface that may come in contact with body fluids, blood, or stool. Use a household cleaning spray or wipes. Immediately remove and wash clothes or bedding that have body fluids, blood, or stool on them. How can I prevent spread among household members, intimate partners, or caregivers? Individuals who have potentially been exposed to COVID-19 should self-quarantine and follow these self-isolation recommendations for 14 days after possible exposure. This also applies to individuals who have been recently traveled to countries where COVID-19 is spreading. During this time period, you should monitor your symptoms closely to see if you get sick. Call your healthcare provider right away if you develop symptoms suggestive of COVID-19, such as fever, cough, and shortness of breath. The below information is for household members, intimate partners, caregivers of a person who have tested positive for COVID-19 or who do not have symptoms, but who may have been exposed. Monitor your health. Call a healthcare provider right away. If you develop symptoms suggestive of COVID-19, such as fever, cough, and shortness of breath, separate yourself. Household members should stay in another room or be separated from a patient as much as possible. Use a separate bedroom and bathroom if possible. Limit visitors who do not need to be in the home. Make sure that shared spaces in the home have good airflow and ventilation, except now they're saying that you shouldn't use air conditioner. Maybe it's okay to use it in your own home or your room. Now, if somebody else is living in that same house and doesn't have it or doesn't test positive for it, then you should stay away from them. Help the patient follow healthcare provider instructions. Help the patient with basic needs in the home, such as getting groceries, prescriptions, and other. Help care for pets in the home. Help monitor patients' symptoms. If the patient is getting sicker, help them seek medical attention. Keep face masks and disposable gloves. I wonder if they're using disposable gloves in the restaurants when they're serving people outdoors for the waiters and waitresses. And also the cooks. I mean, we used to wear gloves sometimes in the kitchens when we were actually touching the food. But otherwise, we didn't touch the food. If we were just touching the plate, we didn't have to wear gloves. And I worked in a lot of kitchens. But I mean, before COVID-19, everything was different, right? That's kind of a waste of time reading that. You're probably bored by now for that. I'm sorry. When should I seek medical care? Seek medical care within 2 weeks if you think of when you first thought that you had symptoms or were exposed. Most resolve within 2 weeks without treatment. They're also mentioning feeling confused or having difficulty waking up. But this wasn't in the other department, other thing as a symptom. Continuous pain or pressure in your chest. So they are saying that. Blue-colored lips or face. Any other emergency signs or symptoms? All right, well, those are all the same things that we were taught as kids to do, to not cough on people and cough into your sleeve or hand, and wash your hands if you're dealing with food or anything after that. But see, there's now if they put HIV in the COVID sequence, then you can see why it'd be more important to abide by all these things, because now you've got multiple viruses. But still, the death rate, the mortality rate's way down, and Even though, because people die every day. You know how many people die in New York City every day? Approximately 158 on average. And where they die from, all kinds of things. But so when people go to when they get tested, because they're required to be tested, because in order to open up they had to do tests sometimes, or people wanted to be tested so in case so they could get a job working in the healthcare, or restaurant businesses, that were requiring that of their employees in order to be able to reopen again. So they would get tested, and then if they tested positive, like I said before, in Texas, there was a report that everybody that was in there that they were in contact with before that were considered to be cases. And so does that mean that they were all put into a database and that they would have to self-quarantine? Because it gives you this indication that that's what needs to happen. When you might only just have a tiny mild symptom which is 99% of the people. See, this is what happens when a government and a regulatory body or a corporate entity tries to tackle a problem. They have, they go to distance for the most part. But in this case, they don't give you any of the remedies that have been found helpful. I repeated that myself again with that. Like vitamin C and the hydrochloroquine and vitamin D3 and zinc, and combinations of the hydrochloroquine with zinc or an antibiotic of some sort might be part of it, which doctors are prescribing in the United States, those things. Because doctors aren't all in bed with the NIH and the CDC and the WHO, the way that the United States government is. And I say government, I'm talking about everybody. Trump is included in that. Even if they have different opinions. Trump did try to, leak some things. But overall, he's still for the vaccination program. For the money that develops. I want to say something about Trump because of T. Some of you may have heard this from a long time ago from a previous live stream. But before T left her vehicle, we were on a regular basis watching. We would get cable TV because we lived in big cities. And we lived in, like suburban areas in those big cities, like San Antonio and Austin and Houston and Dallas. And so we would get cable TV. And on cable TV, one of the channels you would get would be news feeds, the API, or maybe it wasn't API, but maybe it was the other one. What was it, CPI or something like that? Central API is Associated Press International. And anyway, there were two big ones. And that was the same feeds that they would get in the newspapers, where they would get the ticker tapes coming across for years and years and years, with the news on it. Different things that they would make stories out of. And we're also watching the news, because there was network news. And we like to have one news show. I don't know if it was every day, but it might have been every day. But the in-crafters, they could listen to the news on radio, or they could watch the news on TV if they took a break in the middle of their jobs inside the craft, inside the house. And so And so sometimes T and Doe would come and talk to us, or they were living in the same craft. They would come out of their quarters and talk to us and go through news events. And at one point, they started to talk about, what's his name? Oh, yeah. I was just about to say it, and I saw it go out of my brain. Ross Perot. And I remember T saying that maybe that would be really good for the country to have a successful business person as the president. And what do we have? Even though we can, judge the success of Trump, I mean, in the business world, he's a successful business person. He played the games. He did the things. He filed for bankruptcy whenever he needed to and wanted to get out of this loan or that loan. He didn't pay his contractors necessarily because, he probably had some complaint against them. And, and he used that to not pay them or whatever. Or he didn't think the work was up to par or whatever it was. But, it didn't mean that they didn't deserve something for their job. But maybe he did pay them something sometimes. But anyway, you never can tell how those things are all politicized. And then he had a school there where he was maybe not giving the greatest teachings. Who knows what else, there's casinos and all that. But he was a successful business person. So he began to run the country like a business. And that meant to look at everything that didn't turn a profit. That's the way you run a business. And so that's the way he approached everything. And so that was a way of reducing government, potentially. But he didn't get rid of any agencies that I'm aware of. But he closed down a bunch of programs, environmental programs. And his judgment on those things, I don't know. I don't remember a lot of the things that he eliminated, but I know he got rid of the food stamp program. I do remember that. No, he didn't get rid of it. What he did is he made it harder to get food stamps. Trying to get rid of the people that were abusing the system. Probably 90% or more of the people that were, buying and selling food stamps, for less than they were worth, so that, that'd be the reason somebody would give you cash for them, because then they could sell them to somebody else and make a profit doing that. I don't know. I can say that there could be rackets doing that, no doubt. And of course, that becomes the way that, they get a bad name. But, maybe it was worth it to deal with that, to allow all the people that, they needed the money to pay their rent. And they couldn't get a job anymore for whatever reason. And so, they were sacrificing their food to pay the rent. And that was happening. That does happen still. And they have kids and stuff. So, I mean, in this country, there shouldn't be any of that happening. There shouldn't be anybody that can't have good, healthy food as much as they want. For free, if necessary. Considering how much the government wastes and how much food is thrown away, you could have a government agency that just would go, to all the people that throw away food and collect it. But see, then they've got to abide by certain regulations of on the stamps on many things, of how long that food can be fresh, or regulations on, produce and things, which I don't know if they have much of that. But, it's not like those things are bad, but they don't necessarily mean that those things can't be used after that date. Many things can. But government doesn't have exceptions. They don't have an avenue to allow people to think outside the box. They're in the box. They don't want anybody outside the box thinking for themselves. They don't want people to think for themselves. They want only people that comply, like in the movie They Live and a lot of other movies. 1984, or that one where that guy is shouting out of the newsroom, "I can't, I'm mad as hell and I can't take it anymore." Network was the name of it, I think. Well, that's the way there's a lot of people now coming to that. And so it's going to continue to escalate. I don't know if there's going to be relief. So we do have to get used to it. But we shouldn't get used to it to such a degree that, I shouldn't, but I don't advise getting used to it too much, because then we won't be asking the next level for help to what they would have us do in our different circumstances that we run into, so we can help other people. And getting into health, I think, is the best humanitarian kind of way to be with people, to teach them to even associate with farms and think about moving out of the cities and away from the coasts. There's people selling their mansions on the coasts. I know that. I've seen reports about that. And just from, and I've heard that from people that live in Brooklyn, that, people are selling their houses, and certain businesses are moving away entirely. They're not planning to reopen again. I mean, why would you have a restaurant business that can be closed down again, where you can only have 25% capacity? But after the vaccines, I wonder if they're going to basically allow everybody back to different things. But you're going to have to, have a swipe or something of your tattoo or something that says, okay, I've been vaccinated currently. I'm up to par with my vaccination program. Might include all the vaccines. That's what the New York law was trying to do. I don't know if they ended up doing it completely. But where the Hasidic Jews in Brooklyn didn't want to be forced to have their kids and themselves take vaccinations. But they were requiring them to take all the vaccinations or be fined or imprisoned. They were actually told that. So this isn't a joke. No joke here. These people are ruthless with their beliefs. And it is a belief. It's not backed by science, all their measures. Because otherwise they would be considering the immune system and herd immunity to whatever degree that might be able to be reached, using natural foods and superfoods without side effects. Even if they have little tiny side effects, there's easy ways of getting around them. Like garlic can be hard on the stomach, raw garlic. And but if you infuse it into olive oil by pricking the garlic cloves and putting a bunch of them in a bottle of like extra virgin olive oil that's cold pressed, would be kind of the best potential, because it has enzymes still in it. And you put those in there, and then you use that on your salads or on your vegetables as the main source of oil. Then you're going to be getting all those antibiotic properties from that garlic. Oh yeah, they didn't say anything about masks yet, did they, in this document? Then it says, okay, this is part of the category of below for your household members, okay, but who may have been exposed, or who do not have symptoms but who may have been exposed. Intimate partners, caregivers of a person who has been tested positive, or household members. I read a bunch of this, so I'm not going to go through that again. But it gets down to keep face masks and disposable gloves. The patient should wear a face mask when they go around other people. Oh, they did say that above. If the patient is not able to wear a face mask, you should wear a mask. A face mask that you are. Wear a mask when you are in the same room with them. Oh, when you're with somebody else. Okay, wear a disposable face mask and gloves when you touch or have contact with the patient's body fluids, such as saliva, mucus, blood, stool, vomit, or urine. Throw out disposable face masks and gloves after using and do not reuse them. Wash hands and use alcohol-based hand sanitizer after removing gloves and again after removing face masks. All right, so what is the point of being diagnosed if there is no medical treatment? Knowing whether you have COVID can help you prevent spread of the virus by taking important measures like self-quarantine. As many public health organizations have pointed out, COVID-19 shares many symptoms with the flu, the common cold, even allergies, and so it's important to know. Who should take the test? You will be asked to complete a screening questionnaire based on guidelines from the Center for Disease Control before purchase in order to prioritize COVID-19 tests for people with highest need. The criteria prioritizing people who are currently experiencing symptoms of COVID-19, such as fever, cough, or shortness of breath, think you may have been exposed to COVID-19. Well, I'm going to not supposedly... See, I'm reading this because this is what I was given for the people that just joined me. I'm reading this because some people that want to interview me again want me to take this test so that they can be around me. And it's because of their executives in this corporation. And I told them, no, I'm not doing it, but because I thought about it. So what if they tested positive? Not that I'm afraid of whether I have positive COVID or not. I'm not. I still feel the way I feel. Like people say many times in the grocery stores and stuff, if I was going to get it, I would have got it by now. Of course, they're making it sound like that's not the case. Which, talking to that, because of all the hospitalizations in Florida, what if the original lockdown, because the CDC said that there were millions of cases, millions of infections, millions of people got COVID. In March, they said that. Well, no, they said that about March. I just recently heard them say that. About back in March that people had millions of cases or COVID infections. So So what if the absolute wrong thing to do in order to prevent as much mortality was to lock everybody down because they weren't exposed to the virus to where they would get a tiny fever or a cold or sniffles or cough, the combinations of all those things, okay? So then when they opened up again, for the amount of time that they were away from being exposed to viruses from other people, which happens every day, the immune system got weaker. And so they started to get sick right away, okay? And that sickness could be the flu, influenza A, B, or COVID. I don't know if they're testing everybody for those things because the CDC said they were going to stop counting the influenza people long time ago. They did. They literally stopped counting them. And that's when people were marking COVID, no matter what it was, if they had some of the symptoms, which are the symptoms of the flu. So we don't know, and the RT-PCR test was never isolated, according to my information, that was updated recently, that I heard originally, months ago. So they got, whatever samples were taken from that lung culture that were used then, was sent to the CDC, that they then started to distribute to people as being the COVID-19 virus, that people ended up building RT-PCR tests for. Were never isolated and purified, so therefore people have so what's in that material is potentially other viruses in addition to COVID, or not having any COVID, but having they really had a bad flu, or some other virus that they don't know how to test for that's new to the area. Because the CDC talks about that in their documentation of past years, that there's a number of viruses that they know that they don't have names for, that happen every year. Coronavirus is a virus that they call a cold, that they don't have a way to test for. They don't have a vaccine for it. So anyway, so that might explain why people are getting sick now. Now, the other explanation is that the next level is not really doing well. The next level, I know, no matter how you slice it, the next level is allowing this to happen. I have no doubt about that. Well, I guess I should have a little doubt about it because I don't remember Doe and T saying it. But they said we could trust what Jesus said, and Jesus said there would be pestilence. And this is a pestilence. So I feel, and the two witnesses, they said they were the two witnesses, and they wished they had they did say that kind of jokingly. They wish they had those ability to do those miracles like stop the rain or make it rain or zap somebody if they, in some way, not kill them, but, kind of wake them up a little bit if they were doing something terrible. Anyway, but I know I'm repeating myself a lot tonight, and a lot of it's boring stuff to you all. So I'll go back to the chat room. Yeah, Deport says, I've been bored hearing about coronavirus since April. Deport, I bet the mainstream news has articles already written and ready to go out if Trump ever gets diagnosed with the virus. Probably. The figure Adam Kadmon from the Merkava literature, a mirror of the divine. Oh, I see. I should be reading up higher. Okay, I'll start with. No, I forgot how to pronounce your name now. I can scroll up a little bit and see it. El Kasai. El Kasai says, no, can't be found in Nag Hammadi or seen the name of this person or the book, the material, the Gnostic book called the Book of El Kasai is what I'm talking about now. Or the Essene Dead Sea Scrolls, but only in fragments in the polemic literature of the church fathers like Hippocrates and Origen. Oh, I know about Origen and Apocalyptus. Apocalyptus. And Tertullian, yes, I know about them. So book of, a little bit. I didn't spend a lot of time with them in that information. Then he says, El Chazais were precursors of the Manichaeans, and came from the Mandean people. Okay, this is the angelic figure called El Chazai was described as being 96 miles high. It is cognate to the figure Metatron in the Book of Enoch and other Jewish mystic literature also related to. The figure Adam Kadmon from the Merkava literature, a mirror of the divine of earth, see the seraphite of Kabbalic mysticism, okay? I bet the mainstream news has articles about Trump. You read that one already. I've been bored. The Truman Show movie that depicts the lower forces, have you not think for yourself? Oh. Yeah, I did see that, but I could see it again now, and it probably would mean a lot more to me. But I remember that a little bit. All right, so I'm done with this document. Which okay, what am I going to go to? Getting kind of pooped. Oh, Star Trek. This is the Space Force. This is their emblem on the right side. United States Space Force, Department of the Air Force. Transfiguration diet menu. That says wheat berries. That's the slow cooked wheat. Let's see, there's other things here I wanted to talk about, though. I'll leave that up for a minute or two. Well, like I started to talk about right away when there was very few people here, NeoWise, to me, I look at NeoWise Comet that has two tails, by the way, when it came out of the other side of the sun, survived the sun dive, to their surprise, by the way, and got really bright before it got to the sun. They thought it was going to be a naked eye comet. And what is a naked eye comet? A certain time, I think you can get it at sunset in some places in the United States. You can actually see the comet. I saw a picture like that. Or maybe that wasn't United States. I don't remember exactly. But it just passed perihelion. And NeoWise to me means new. That's what Neo means generally. And wise, of course, the new wise. So this comet was a sign, like Jesus said, and Tiendo said about the Hale-Bopp comet and the Kohoutek. They didn't actually say the Kohoutek comet was a sign, but they said that the Hale-Bopp comet was a marker, which is the same word in the Greek as sign in New Testament. But that Jesus said that you would see the lightning shining from east to west as a sign of his coming. So you could say then, okay, we're getting another sign of his coming in a new seal opening, maybe even. I haven't thought about it that way. Which would make sense to a new president. If it is a new president. I got a feeling it's going to be. And there's going to be a woman involved. Going by prophecy and other things. And in the book, the Sophia Pistis, Sophia Pistis in Latin, which it means faith something. They depict a woman that has the name like Tia in it. Very interesting. Some of you that are all, that have dug into the Bible a lot, might be interested in seeing that. And also T's name was used in the way like Chief Tecumseh, which is spelled Tecumsa, I think, SAH. And the original pronunciation of the name T was, we were spelling it TE. So like Tecumseh. But they didn't talk about Tecumseh that I ever heard. But Tecumseh was a chief that predicted a comet. No, or he saw a comet and he predicted earthquakes. And then they had the earthquakes in like the Missouri area that actually made the Mississippi River go backwards. Which you can imagine how that could happen. I can. But I'm not going to try to describe that because maybe it's not accurate. So that might not be totally true, but that part. But that was in the early 1800s. Anyway, I said that already. But I see Biden as a puppet, just like G.W. Bush. to where Cheney will be more in control of things. If he even, but they may use him to talk about space aliens threat. The same way they used Reagan, and then Reagan lost his mind. Was that coincidence? I know some people didn't like what he was doing. Letting the cat out of the bag so much. And he did like 4 times he talked about it in public. United Nations, to a high school auditorium in Maryland. He didn't say it in this kind, but, well, to Mr. Gorbachev, the Prime Minister of the Soviet Union, at a summit for nuclear disarmament, I believe it was, where he took him down to a cabin and he said to Mr. Gorbachev, they were negotiating, the terms of this nuclear proliferation agreement, and so Mr. Gorbachev was repeating it to a group of Jewish people in Chicago, I believe it was, and a conference kind of thing, and George Shultz was there being the moderator of the conference, and who was that guy? Charlie Rose was in the audience, the news broadcaster. And Schultz was telling a story about how they were doing that, because they were thinking about it as a big, beautiful event, because they were actually talking about nuclear disarmament instead of looking at each other as threatening one another, as the two countries were before that, and when Schultz got to the point to where they had finished a long series of talks where Gorbachev and Reagan people were saying that they're taking too long, because they would have some private talks as well, and they would say, well, we got to wrap this up, they're talking for too long. But it was after that that Reagan said to Gorbachev, when they took a break and they went down to a cabin on the lake in Geneva, and I think it was Lake Geneva, and when Gorbachev was telling the story of what happened, because he stopped Schultz when he got to that part that they took the break, and then he started to talk through his translator, and when he told about the story about how he said, what if we were threatened from outer space by a force, would we work together? And Gorbachev told him, yes, surely. and he when he said that, he kind of smiled, he grinned. He said it very seriously at first, but then he kind of grinned, and Charlie Rose went through the roof. You could hear him in the background, and they focused on him with the and said, what was that? And Gorbachev finished telling, that yes, we would join together, yes. He said aliens or something, or I forgot his exact words, but he said it in 2 different ways that you couldn't mistake it from being aliens. And then people later said that he was just, like in the United Nations, it was more clear that he was just bringing it up as a possibility. What if this happened? Would we join together? Well, they have joined together. It's called the United Nations. And that's why there's so much synchronicity. Because they've had this one world government brewing for a long time. And now they've finally done it. They've taken it over. And Trump's part of it too. They're all a part of it. And, I mean all humans, but, like that, how do you get the support of the masses? You make them afraid of something, and then you tell them you have the solution. And that's what reading this document shows, is that they don't want to give any solutions except for going to the hospital, being put on a ventilator. I'm not even saying that here. Going to a hospital is what they say. No, but they said somewhere in this, eating a balanced diet, like that's going to do anything. What is a balanced diet? That might help a little bit, but once you've got it, it's too late to eat a balanced diet at that moment. I mean, it can slow down symptoms if your body is relatively clean. So I know whenever my daughter would get sick, I would, have her not eat mucus foods, just eat fruit and vegetables, and drink plenty of teas. And the Chinese recommended drinking a lot of hot tea to wash the coronavirus out of your throat. So whether you have it or not, drinking hot tea is a good thing to do in case, maybe especially after you've been in the public, because it gets killed by the stomach acids and the heat as well. All right, so I'll go back to the fireball chart. Some strange things spotted by the Soho telescope. Look at that thing. It's like long and it's got like sections in it. See, one picture is showing you above the Earth what it looks like, and then it's showing you a little bit more close up to the left of that, and then it's showing the Earth. I don't know why I say you, but it's doing it. I put these pictures together. But I don't remember what's this behind this one, but I'm not going to go there now. A swarm of earthquakes in California happened in December. Of 2019, December 24th to 26th. I was like, that was the first real swarm that's happened. Is it a coincidence that it happened right before COVID hit the scene? Not necessarily. Can't assume that. In fact, you might be able to even assume that since Jesus said that you would see earthquakes in diverse places, that can apply to many times. But it's happening more now if you look at the rise in earthquakes. Anyway, I know I've said all these things many times. Well, not everything. I didn't go to this chart for a long time. But it's showing the ring of fire around here where the rise in earthquakes and volcanoes have been happening for the last 10 years. A big rise. Volcanoes too. Even less years been for the rise of them in number. But I remember when these happened in Alaska. They happened in some earthquakes that were 6.0, and Vancouver Island. And those were the biggest ones that we'd seen for a while, except Alaska we would have some bigger ones. But then recently we saw 2 or 3 7.4s in the Indonesia area, in the Sumatra area. So they've been gradually increasing in magnitude. It's the next level, trying to say, wake up everybody, wake up. We're here, we exist. We want to help you. We need you to look to us for help. We're not going to help you if you don't ask for our help. Except by giving you things that help you ask us for help. Because it's the soul that the next level graduates into even being saved or for potential membership in the next civilization. Not the vehicles. They don't need human vehicles. All right, so back to the chat room. They should have used the Heaven's Gate logo for the Space Force. Yeah, that's who they're trying to attack. I see your point there, if you didn't mean that. Because the next level's doing coming in for the recycling, and so they're against the next level. That's who their war is against. That's an interesting idea. But see, that would be a way of getting people to believe in Heaven's Gate, because people know that that this government can't be trusted to tell the truth about things. So if they were depicting them as the ones coming to recycle, that would be like saying Doe was right. So that ain't going to happen. Same way that they don't want Trump to be right on the coronavirus. Even if it wasn't what I said, about, the shutdown happening, reducing the herd immunity potential. But you can go back to the experiment in, the way they reacted in 1918, where it didn't matter what they did, but they all ended up, by the time the fourth wave came around, they had pretty much all the same kind of mortality statistics, regardless of how they shut it down or not, or when. Did Tiendo have anything to say about Roswell or Area 51? We had the Roswell book early on in our library when we moved into houses. That's when I first became aware of it. But it was never made like mandatory reading. And I don't know if we had any discussions about it. For a long time, Doe would say, after T left her vehicle, that if the next level was responsible for those crashes. But then around 1993, actually, is when he wrote that in the UFO crew and their crew. No, not then. Not in the booklet made from that document, 88 update. But from the USA Today, where he says, hold on to your hats in that. May 27th issue of USA Today in the international and national editions. In a third of the page ad of close type, you can see it's in the Heaven's Gate book, the whole thing. So it's crammed packed with things. And in that he says, hold on to your hats, but we think it's possible that, I think he said it kind of like that, that we came through some of the crashes. And he might have mentioned Roswell. I don't remember if he actually mentioned that by name. But then we got the book Crash at Aztec in 1990. Oh no, in 1987 or 8, I think we got it. And that's all about like 18 bodies being found in a crash at Aztec, near Aztec, New Mexico, in the Four Corners area. You can see on this little map here and to the right on my screen, the Four Corners area. Kinda. It's Nevada, Colorado, I believe, California, and Arizona. Or no, maybe it's the one, New Mexico one. New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, and Colorado. Yeah, I think that's right. That's the Four Corners area. All right. I wonder why they don't give the test, offer the test for people that are younger than 18 years old. Actually, I can go there since I've been talking about this. Oh, it's because of guardianship of the minor. To give them the authority, I guess. Well, good for them. I mean, I'm not saying anyway one way or whether the tests are good to use or not. I don't trust anything they say, hardly, unless they can make sense with it, with everything else that we're becoming aware of, and that they've said before, and that makes sense. This isn't rocket science. Doesn't have to be. Deport says, did we really land on the moon? I think so. Yeah, I think so. Well, Doe said that the moon was brought here. He felt like he remembered that. After the Earth was made. Maybe immediately after the Earth was made, I don't know. Maybe that's the firmament above the firmament, the moon. I feel like we did. I mean, Tino never gave any indication that we didn't. And we went to the Houston Space Center on an outing one time. They sent us. And that talks about the lunar lander and all that at that time. That was 1980 something. You know what, folks? I'm going to call it a night. I'm sorry this wasn't a very exciting or interesting live stream. Because 'Cause I know you've been bored by this, and I too get bored by it. I only got, so you didn't come in when I first talked about this, but I guess I brought you up to date about being required that they wanted me to take this test for an interview about Heaven's Gate documentary being made. And I like the people more than I've found any of the crews. But we'll do something anyway. Meet somewhere and it'll still be interesting. They already got footage I gave them before of. I invited them to come to my house, and they came with a big crew, and the reason I've done that a number of times now is because people have this idea of someone being in a cult as they're evil or they're stupid or they're naive or they're they're depressed and I'm none of those things, I don't think. And so some people would call me stupid, but I don't think I am stupid. I can be stupid about certain things, yes, but not about this subject. And so to me it was worth taking a chance on a positive so that more people would, be willing to pay attention to what T and are saying, that they hardly ever broadcast anywhere, except for, just the images of death and all that. And, calling him a psycho and all that. They got to meet my daughter. But I told them that they couldn't film her. I don't think they did. Because she wasn't around the whole time when they were interviewing me. And walking around the grounds, they saw I had a big garden planted, and they might have saw that I had a couple marijuana plants, which are legal when they came, and are legal now too. And I actually met the person that was my photographer on that trip I took, because I hired him to film again while they were filming. So I took film of them filming. And it was like about 8 or 9 people in the crew. So they put a lot of effort into it. And they... So... But I don't think they need to come up to my house again. I don't know if I'm going to do that again with anybody. I think there's been enough given. Because they were wanting my daughter to take the test also. And I was like, holy smokes, you're not going to interview her. I thought to myself, she lives with me. Does that mean that everybody I was in contact with needs to take the test too? Well, she's living there, so that's where they have their reasons for that. I might have got it from her. For all I know. So does that mean that I'm going to be in a database somewhere? I already repeated myself 10 times on that now. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized I wasn't going to do that. Even if they were able to finagle some way that my name wouldn't be involved. I mean, they call people They do a telecall with the people. So if my name wasn't involved, then whose phone number was it going to give them? The lab. So let's say the test didn't come out to show anything. That was another reason why they would make a telephone call to the person. So if I wasn't giving them any of my personal information or my vehicle's name, then who are they going to call and talk to, and then tell to quarantine? Because that's what they would tell me to do if I tested positive, that you need to quarantine for 2 weeks. And then how are they going to keep track of me? Are they going to, require me to get an app or something? That's what they've done to some people. They're criminals. They're next level criminals from the next level are running the show through the humans. So as draconian as you can imagine, it could get that way. Jesus isn't going to save us. Jesus is making this happen. It's making this happen because it's putting us to the test. Okay, here's another little thought that I had wanted to share here before I close it down. But why is Florida, Texas, and Arizona having spikes? But I think California is also, but they're having bigger spikes. So, I didn't stay around I heard somebody asking this. I don't know if it was on a YouTube video or an article of some sort. I didn't have a time to read it. So I just jotted down my thoughts about that. And my thoughts are that Trump said open, and they said close. Right? Even the Republican governors. And even if they were Republicans, they want Trump out, I would imagine. They have become Democrats or don't want to be seen complying with Trump if he loses, because then they can show that they were not like him. I don't know, that's just some of my thoughts about it. Or maybe it is because they shut down early and then opened up early. But I don't believe that. All right. I don't know if there was any NeoWise in this live stream tonight, but I gave it a shot. But I'm wiped out now. If they're so afraid they can take precautions easily. Yeah. Deport says, thanks for answering our questions, Sawyer. Informative show. You're welcome. Thank you for participating here. And for your input at times and positivity. Right, if they're so afraid they can take precautions easily, I know that. But there's people, I talk to people every day that don't know that. They're scared to death. And they're thinking that getting rid of Trump's going to save the day. and a vaccine is going to save the day, and their masks are going to save the day. Then Deport says, if anything, Heaven's Gate attracted intellectual people. People that are thoughtful. Yes, I would say intellect in that regard. I mean, different degrees of intellect in different subjects, of course, but people that were thoughtful about things. Didn't just, buy whatever someone told them in their lives. Maybe some did, maybe some didn't. Then Deport says, don't do it. They could take you out and then blame it on the virus. I'm not worried about that from these folks. But is there a remote possibility of that happening? Well, I think it's pretty remote. But if the next level wants to allow that to happen, then I guess so be it. But I don't think it's going to happen until the next level lets it happen, unless I do something stupid. Now, you can be saying that, I'm doing something stupid by allowing them to meet with me. But, see, if I took that point of view, I would have met with anybody. And then you wouldn't have even the little tidbits that I said in a lot of these documentaries. That I think most of the time had some value to them. I mean, you mean if I take the test? Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying there. Yeah, right, don't do it. They could take you out and then blame it on the virus. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, okay, I should have read the next. Well, no, you didn't say that yet. But, yeah, I see what you're saying. Well, that was part of my concern was, that I don't want to be in a database to where they're going to want to contact me, trace me in the future, whether I have it or not. I would still be in some kind of a database. Because do they follow up with people that take the test? Why wouldn't they, right? I mean, if they're a good scientific organization, which I'm not saying they're not, then they would want to follow up with everybody that gets the test sent to them, buys it for $109. So they could follow that person in the future. Or if they come down with symptoms, then they could send them another test, because they're doing multiple tests too. And I was told that in Texas, by this doctor that talked to Deb, I talked about before, who said that if they find one person that tests positive for COVID, then they assume that all the people that they can contact trace to them as being around them physically, they assume them. They also count them in the numbers of those that are cases at that point. They assume it without taking tests. And so, but the other thing that was happening in Florida, I think he said, was what was it again? This escaped me the last time I talked about it. And it's escaping me now again. Oh, if they took a test and it came up negative, but you had symptoms, and so they took a test again, and it came up positive, which that happens sometimes, by the way, maybe more often than we know about, that they would count both those taking of the test as a case, as a positive. It came up positive the second time. This was from a doctor down in the Atlanta area, or maybe it even is the Florida area, where Deb moved to. I'm not sure where she moved to recently, but she's the sister of the one that was known as Gabby, who in 2001 or 2000 maybe it was, uh, laid down his life by a different method than the rest did. And he had joined in 1994. But he left the classroom, and then he regretted leaving, and he was, I think, going through some depression at times, according to his sister Deb. But I've been in touch with Deb, and she's on many of the documentaries recently, talking about him. I forgot what his name was in real life, his first name. But I knew him as Gabby, or Gabody. When he joined in 1994. All right. So good night, folks. Good night. My pleasure. Cool. I got 7 likes this time. That's what I was saying cool about. No, so I'm not going to take it, deport. I told them I'm not going to do that. That we can meet someplace in a park or something, and I'll wear a mask for them. If they want to film me with a mask on, that's fine. I'd prefer not to do that though, because I want people to know that it's not a fake person, a fake me.